Just getting set up here. Hope everyone's doing well. Zero DTE Friday. It's always a fun session. Fridays are always like the gambling session. If you're wanting to speculate a little bit and take some lottos, now's the time. I really wish the market was opening up down here. That would have been epic for a potential bounce in the morning. I don't like the fact that the fact that we were all the way down at 651.39, oh, that would have been sweet to open up down there. That would have provided us so much opportunity on the call side. I mean, look at that bounce, guys. 651. I know, I hate this bounce. It sucks out all the volatility. I mean, there's still going to be some tradable opportunities we'll go through, but oh, the indice trading, the fact that we were down so much, that would have been, we could have made 500,000% and depending on which contracts, but that's really been sucked out now. But we'll discuss a couple things here. I just got to get something else going here. Pretty remarkable though that that's how low we were this morning. At 4 a.m. I don't even know how they do that, Wick. I mean, obviously the volume's thin, but like that's a crazy candle. I don't even know if that's real, that wick. Let me look at ES. I gotta check this out. So I'm not too sure if that is even real. Where the hell's my chart? It's Wednesday. I know Bitcoin had a nice flash crash. You were up early? Oh shit, I guess we did go down there, eh? Wow, what a freaking bounce, eh? That's crazy. That's impressive. We saw crypto get absolutely smashed. Like, look at Bitcoin, guys. There's going to be a lot of crypto stocks on watch today for a bit of a zero DT bounce, guys. Bitcoin is into a big level. Big level. Back testing a breakout trend line. You've triggered a little mini head and shoulders pattern. You've pierced that daily 200 moving average like a hot knife through butter. Yeah, this is on watch for a dead cat bounce. Just got to be careful and understand that there is a head and shoulders that's triggered two ways. This is your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. And then you have almost a weekly M-top formation playing out. So the M-top is a much bigger pattern. But obviously, when we look at this M-top formation, here you start your little bit of a lower boundary M, move it up, boom, boom, boom. That has actually triggered and failed, broken on the weekly chart. So we got to watch that because it's triggering in 2 days on the weekly chart. So that's your major pattern. But your minor pattern is your little daily chart head and shoulders. But we are oversold, so just understand we can get a bounce back to the neckline here. Call it 111. So names like MSTR, let's see what they're doing this morning. We might get some crazy opportunities in these bad boys. Yeah, MSTR down a little bit. It probably has gotten gobbled up. Yeah, it's slowly getting gobbled up as well. Man, I hate that. Why don't they just keep us down low? Trader 586 saying, check out the Vol Crush. I know. I saw that. I did see that too. UVXY getting absolutely trashed. It's still actually green. Sorry, no, it's not. I apologize, but It was green. Look at that. 15 to all of a sudden slapped, and that's your typical VIX Crush Friday. 80% of the time, guys, the VIX gets absolutely trashed. And that's what we're seeing. Oh, all right. Big stretch. Come on, caffeine, kicking. All right, we just got to pull up a couple little things here. Quite a bit to discuss. Quite a bit to discuss. Let's see what this iPad is charged at. Just give me a second here, guys. All right, that's enough juice. Pull up the iPad, phones, plug in all of so many freaking cords, man. Too many cords. All right, guys. So let's go to that. Gold did come in just a little bit, but bouncing, of course. That's remaining remarkably strong on the tape. Oh, why isn't that refreshing? Got to restart this iPad here. All right, there we go. That should be good. Should the poll be today? Let's do a poll. Let's see where we're trading right now on SPY. 659. It's going to be tough, I think, to revisit those lows, but we're going to keep it simple again today, guys. That wedge pattern formation that we traded in yesterday was pretty easy to spot, and we have a new wedge pattern formation again. So basically, if we remove that lower boundary, this was our previous wedge pattern that we were trading in. You had your breakout trend line down sloping, you had your breakdown trend line up sloping. We broke down, okay? Now today we have another wedge formation. It's a little bit bigger, so the wedge is getting bigger. We are inside the wedge. Keep in mind we were outside of the wedge in the pre-market. Well lower. We were doing a sweep of these major lows. So I guess the poll is, let's see. Will SPY test the breakout trend line today? So the poll is, will SPY test the breakout trend line today? That's this down sloping higher boundary trend line. That would mean the S&P pushes all the way up to, call it 666 and change, 667. That would be a pretty remarkable move. Or will it retest that pre-market low? Crazy. All right. Let's see what is happening. They did quite a few regional banks reported, guys, this morning. They did save a lot of those regional banks. Obviously, KRE got absolutely smoked yesterday. They're gapping it up today. So a little bit of strength creeping back into the picture here for small caps and regionals. That's very healthy for an undertone in the market. Even though IWM is weaker today, we could probably look for a potential bounce in small caps, especially if regionals hold this bounce. But you did have quite a few regionals report this morning. that are acting quite well. Let's take a quick peek at some of them. So they're not really breaking it down yet. FTB, that's not the right one. TFC, TFC getting a little bit of a bounce after a nasty down day yesterday. HBAN, Huntington Bank Corp, also getting a little bit of a bounce here in the pre-market on the back of its earnings. CMA getting a bounce. WBS. So what I'm going to be looking for, guys, today, and this is just some observations that I have in my memory since we've been watching these regionals. You're seeing a lot of these regional banks bouncing today on their earnings. So the big question is, are they going to react like PNC? PNC is the largest regional bank in the basket. So PNC reported earnings here, guys, and they had a nice little gap up. So are we going to see PNC react, or are we going to see the other regionals react the same way as PNC, where it gets a little bit of a pop and then they fade it? If they start fading these regionals, that volatility is going to uptick again. But it is a Friday, 80% chance they're going to crush the VIX. We'll see what happens. And if they start selling that VIX on this Friday, you're going to get some crazy lotto call pumps in the market. See what else is moving here. So you do have gold coming in a little bit, guys, down by 0.5%. Really not much in the grand scheme of things, but testing that psychological 4,300 level. So you are seeing a little bit of distribution in your silver miners, your gold miners. Dust is catching a little bit of a bit off of the lows from 874 close to 917. So a touch of distribution in your commodities here, your precious metals commodities, silver down about 1.24%, but really nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just a minor pullback. The trend is still ridiculously strong. Crude oil this morning catching a little bit of a bounce after it swept this parallel channel. You can see there is a ton of support down here. So this little 56.74 level is a previous bounce spot where you had price action wick through it, and then ferocious bounce. I think that they're going to bounce crude oil probably back up to call it $60 or so. And then I think the next down leg is going to resume. So crude oil might be a little bit of a lotto trade this morning, but this is where I'm expecting them to retest price. It's kind of into this little zone here. So 59 to $60, okay? So we'll see if crude can start to muscle itself up a little bit here, but it's very weak. The trend is very poor right now for crude oil, which is actually helpful for the stock market. But again, if it falls too quickly, then that's when things start to get a little bit worrisome. And if you ever look back at market cycles, if we are entering recession, crude oil always tops a few months before the S&P 500. I'll do a video over the weekend with members, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens. If crude gets to this bear market target, that's going to be pretty nasty, I think, in the world of equities and stocks and commodities across the board. Let's look at uranium real quick. So uranium had a hard down move yesterday, down 4%. Almost a daily chart hanging man candle. I would have liked to see a little bit of a longer wick body. But nevertheless, it's gapping down this morning. So names like Oklo probably can be on watch for a fade. Guys, I think Oklo Lotto puts are going to pay today. I think you're going to get a 1, 2, 3 bar surge down. Oklo is still phenomenally strong. SMR had that nasty bearish engulfing. I mean, look at that candle formation down 10%. That is a tombstone reversal, bearish engulfing. That is filthy. So keep your eye on these uranium stocks and nuclear stocks because, again, a lot of them are pre-revenue, not really making much, not making any real revenue at all. All right, let's look at some of these quantum names. Another down day for Rigetti, guys. Rigetti continuing to chop around here, triggering that beautiful mini head and shoulders up here, and then your bigger hourly chart breakdown. So Rigetti coming in. Now, these stocks probably are going to get a big buy the dip bounce this morning. Let's look at QBTS here. QBTS is also coming in quite sharply. So right away, we're still writing $39 puts on QBTS, guys. That trade's going to pay as well. We've made quite a bit of money on Quantum. Just over the last 2 days, it's been crazy the amount of trades we've executed on the short side of Quantum. And it's purely was based off of this beautiful hanging man candle formation. Stunning price action. So if you shorted Quantum with us, great job. Okay. All right, let's go through some of the other ones here. ENVX, guys, under a little bit of pressure, resumption, continuous selling. There's a lot of these names that are probably going to catch a bit of a bid today. I think a reversal off of the lows, so we'll watch those. Serve Robotics was green in the pre-market. Now it's getting a little bit sold into as we speak, so that's still coming in. Webull was looking super, super strong yesterday, but it absolutely got crushed with the market. Again, another name that I think is eventually going to have an explosive move to the upside. We just got to wait for this market sell side pressure to abate. Ouster, another LiDAR play that is under a little bit of pressure this morning, but really hanging in there. INVZ, another LiDAR play that is showing a touch of strength here in the pre-market. So that one was looking pretty solid from a weekly chart standpoint. I still like the pattern. You're still in a strong uptrend, but obviously the whole market has been correcting. Schlumberger, the heaviest component of your OIH ETF, so oil services ETF, has basically been an interesting chart to trade. It's kind of been fairly muted, just doing a slow grind higher. You're at kind of the lower boundary range, back testing a previous little breakout zone. And what's interesting is you got crude and gas prices that have been under pressure lately. But when you have SLB, the largest holding in the OIH ETF, it has just been getting absolutely depressed. It just reported earnings. Earnings were okay, came in line, but the next revenue guidance is pretty strong from my opinion. So keep your eye on SLB and OIH because their next quarter revenue guidance was pretty good in my opinion. And I think that could help boost the OIH ETF. All right, semis are seeing a little bit of distribution today. AMD still a beast up at the highs. Let's look at these crypto computing stocks. IREN still gapping down a little bit this morning, but it is off of the lows like the market. Let's just see where we went to in the pre-market. Oops. Yeah, you were all the way down here at 53 bucks. Man, I wish some of these stocks kept frickin' falling. That's so disappointing, but it is what it is. Robinhood seeing quite a bit of distribution today. Yeah, coming in was nicely. It looks like Robinhood wants to hit the lower of this parallel channel. You've been trading in this very, very tight range where you hit a low, you kiss the high, hit a low, pierce the highs. Looks like Robinhood wants the low of this channel. There'll probably be a bounce somewhere before that, but definitely looking pretty weak right now. I'd love to wake up one day to an announcement from the SEC saying that they're probing Robinhood regarding their prediction markets. That could easily happen. Obviously, the government's kind of on this pause period, so we'll have to see what happened. All right, some of the big movers in the New York Stock Exchange. Let's look at ticker THS, which is Treehouse Foods, 1.1 billion market cap. This stock it was gapping up. No, it should be gapping up. Let's see what happened here. I guess nothing really happening in the pre-market there. Let's look at Jefferies, JEF, Jefferies Financial Group. That stock is also gapping up this morning. Interesting. Let's look at CF Industries. Another one that was showing some strength, but it's getting faded again. Let's look at Ally Financial. Ally Financial, strong gap up to the upside there. All right, let's see if there's any other interesting. I think one stock we should keep our eye on, guys, is John Deere. I'm hoping for a pullback, a retrace to buy. Deere, I think, is going to start to run like Caterpillar. You know, it's had a nice fall. You violated some key areas. You're getting a strong reversal on your weekly chart right now, right into that weekly EMA. I think this is going to be your new higher low. But I'm watching Deere for a potential retrace and long entry. This would be a swing trade. I'd probably take some upside call options. Haven't figured out which ones yet, but that's what I'm looking at. Just a little bit of a tidbit. So I do like Deere. They're kind of probably going to run on the industrial side with Caterpillar. They kind of have a close correlation over a longer period of history. So Caterpillar has been one of the stronger stocks in the market, really hasn't pulled back at all and continues to surge here. So I think DE is going to also participate. And John Deere also getting a little bit of exposure to the automotive industry as well with a new truck they're launching. So we'll see what happens there. All right, let's see some of the top losers on the session. Wow, let's look at Lilly this morning. Eli Lilly gapping down. There must be news on that. Let me take a peek here. Shares of GLP-1 drug manufacturer trading lower following President Trump's comments that fat loss drugs will be a lot lower in price. Oh, okay. So, hmm. So basically, Trump hitting healthcare again, guys. We've seen that playbook again. NVO, Novo Nordisk, also getting slapped here to the downside. A little bit of a daily chart head and shoulders that needs to be monitored quite closely. You are trying to break and pierce that head and shoulders. I would look for a scalp long on NVO into this area here today. Probably is going to be a continued fading opportunity as it hasn't really bounced with the markets, but keep your eye on NVO because that one, it's still a quality company even with the announcement from Trump. Generac, ticker GNRC, under some pressure this morning, guys. A little bit off of its lows, but definitely seeing some distribution. WAT, Waters Group. Just as the stock was trying to break out, it gets slapped by Trump. Pretty cool. STT, State Street is seeing a little bit of distribution here, guys. So I'm assuming they reported earnings. Yeah, so State Street reporting earnings. That stock is actually gapping down. So that's not a healthy move for that name. UNH under a little bit of pressure this morning as well. Let's look at the other healthcare stocks. Oscar. Oscar under a little bit of pressure. How's HIMS doing? HIMS. HIMS is also under a little bit of pressure. All right, unusual volume check. This GWH, guys. Whoops. GWH continues to bounce a little bit here in the pre-market, acting quite well. LAC. That's probably going to catch a bounce today, guys. Interesting to see IONQ bouncing this morning, but you still have some weakness in these other quantum names. So these other quantum names might be on watch for a bit of an intraday reversal long, guys. They're not looking terrible, honestly. Let's look at TE, T1 Energy. That's been a strong mover under a little bit of pressure. MP, that's gapping down this morning. Nice gap down as well. How's Bloom Energy doing? Also gapping down this morning. ALAB, slight gap down this morning. So you're still seeing a lot of these high beta runners under some pressure this morning, guys. High beta runners are under pressure. Let's look at that Prax yesterday. That ticker PRAX had positive news. Gapping up this morning again. Alright, top losers in the NASDAQ. Wow. Nasty moves for some of these. RCEL. Hmm. Polestar. Let's look at Pony AI. Interesting. All right, let's look at some of our mega caps real quick. So right now you do have the Qs the weakest. So there's a little bit of distribution hitting your semiconductors. So I think what we saw yesterday was regional bank capital flowing into semiconductors. Tesla, Nvidia right now under some pressure. Google super duper extended. Oh, I wish Amazon was falling lower because I would look for a little bit of a lotto DTE on Amazon. That one is positive in the pre-market while pretty much everything is negative. Apple's also seeing some interesting price action this morning. LAES gapping up this morning. Wow, look at BYND. We discussed this yesterday. We said, who's interested in taking a lotto? And it's now bouncing pretty sharply in the pre-market. Up about 20%, over 20%. Again, that was crazy, right? Huge volume there. Filthy, filthy, filthy. All right, let's look at Plug Power here. Plug Power, not doing too much there. Wow, this RGTI guy is getting slapped around like no one's business. That's beautiful. That is a beautiful decline. So you do have SOXS green in the pre-market, guys. So semiconductors need to be on watch today for a bit of distribution, as the Qs are your weakest indice at this point in time. So keep your eye on that. Another down day for IREN. I like to see that. Beautiful to see. Keep on falling. Let's get Cypher real quick. Cypher coming in. Wolf. Wolf also coming in. A little bit of a down day for CoreWeave. Webull down. Skyworks down. There's still quite a bit of selling happening under the hood of this market, guys. Quite a bit. Micron down 1.5. BABA down. China equities continuously see a little bit of distribution. ONDS continuing to sell just a little bit. Looking at Ethereum. Ethereum's weak. What is BMNR doing this morning? BMNR gapping down a little bit. Still super extended here. How's SBET? SBET is holding somewhat steady here. I think there might be a lotto trade in MSTR, honestly. Coinbase. Mara has been the standout crypto stock. Mara has the momentum with it. So financials are pretty positive this morning. Let's look at XYZ here. Interesting. Capital One having a good day. C3AI. Jumia getting rocked here today. JMIA. Again, lithium stocks continue to remain under pressure in the pre-market. Let's look at these eVTOLs. Archer. Archer might be an aggressive buy for a little bit of a lotto trade, guys. Joby. Archer chart looks better than Joby, in my opinion. It's like a path here. How's Thermo Fisher doing? This right now is slightly green in the pre-market. So again, a little bit of a lotto also maybe in some of these resource stocks. We'll have to watch them closely. Walmart's green. KRE's ripping, guys, in the pre-market here. Go figure. Unity Software down a little bit again. Let's look at Unity. This one could be an interesting reversal off of the lows. Rocket Labs. Wow, look at ASTS down sharply, guys. ASTS down about 6%, doing a nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge. RKLB. Did ASTS announce anything? Let's just see if there's any sort of news headlines. And then we'll settle in here for the open. Just some downgrades. So some downgrades on ASTS by some major banks. All right, I'm gonna go split screen. I'm gonna top up my coffee, guys. We're gonna watch S&P as usual. Just keep in mind the range is pretty big today with a monster reversal off of the lows, but I would love to see a retest of that pre-market low. I mean, the fact that we traded all the way down to 651 is pretty impressive to me. I'm gonna watch these quantum names, and then I'm also gonna watch cryptos, guys. I'm looking at MSTR, I think, for a bit of a lotto trade. I do think MicroStrategy Could be something that makes a bit of a red to green reversal this morning. Let's look at XOM real quick. Crude stocks are showing a little bit of positivity in the pre-market as well. RIG, that's staying flat. Hmm. Time for me to stand up. Master Sensei looking at drip for a short. Let me just grab some coffee. I'd be careful with that one. I'd be careful. It looks like it's trying to break out here. And it's into this previous little resistance here, but the problem is OIH is showing some strength. SLB making a move. If you're wanting to take it for a little bit of a short, just keep your stops somewhat tight. You know, any sort of an hourly close or a 4-hour close above this pivot high would likely stop you out. I do have a fadeable level on SPY, and as well I have a long level on SPY. So just be careful with the Russell. I think it could be actually strong today. It could make a red to green reversal. Reason being is you have um, strength in your regional banks this morning. So you got to keep your eye on regionals to see what type of price action they put out today. Again, I got quite a bit on watch. Again, our $39 QBTS puts are in the money, guys. I'm looking at paring back those profits. Just be careful. You could get a big pump and then in a reversal a little bit later. QBTS trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. See where we are trading in the gap. SPY's getting sold into just a little bit here. Gold is, miners are seeing a little bit of distribution this morning. QBTS still trying to hold steady off of that gap down. Rigetti trying to make a move. What's IQ doing? Huh, interesting. Alright, so you are still seeing mega cap tech under some pressure. The Russell's trying to catch a nice little bounce here off of the open. It is reversing pretty sharply. Morgan Stanley still green. You have pockets of strength in the market. Energy stocks are doing quite well. Silver, gold under pressure. CoreWeave under pressure. Semiconductors are still under pressure, ladies and gents. China stocks under pressure this morning. Let's look at Bitcoin. Crude oil is softening quite a bit here. Trying to get a bit of a bounce here in your quantum names. Look at the Russell 2000 here showing a little bit of strength this morning. Bitcoin's trying to firm up. MicroStrategy had a nice reversal off of the lows. Pretty impressive. Definitely very impressive. Serve Robotics still under pressure. Nat Gas still green. Chipotle's green. PayPal's showing some strength. Nvidia down half. Apple strong this morning. Tesla weak. Meta weak. Google weak. Microsoft, Amazon all negative on the tape. So you're still seeing some distribution, guys, hitting this market right now. Big bounce in MicroStrategy. Damn, I was hoping to get long some call options, but it just never ever gave me a decent spread or fill there. Crazy. All right, Bitcoin is trying to make a little bit of a push here. Strong move on LAES, Cypher, Iron, they're all down. Still Intel down, Neo down, Big Berry I down, Ondas down, Lithium Americas Corp down, NVTS down. Still seeing a lot of those high beta stocks under some decent pressure. S&P trying to go lower here. Slip back to that Russell 2000. Looking at quantum names, they continue to remain weak, guys. Rigetti, seeing some clear distribution still. QBTS had a little bit of a pop, getting slightly faded yet again. Technically, your long level on SPY is off of the sweep of this low. Pierce of this trend line is a long on your S&P 500. That's what I'm watching. Yeah, Webull is just crazy. It's holding near the lows. It's really not doing much here, guys. Your Russell 2000 is catching a pretty decent bid here. Webull's not doing much, guys. BlackBerry's not doing much at all. The market's still just pinned in a very tight range here. Financials are acting quite well this morning. Boeing's green, IONQ down, Micron down, Smith & Wesson slightly negative. Getting a little alert on RDDT, Reddit. Wow, look at that nasty fall on RDDT, guys. Reddit coming in. Your Russell 2000 showing a little bit of strength here. Look at Reddit coming in hard. A little bit of a bounce level potential in RDDT here. Market's trying to firm up, guys. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen. Oklo having a nice reversal to the upside. Very strong reversal. Let's look at some of these other stocks here. Iron still trying to bounce. QBTS still a little bit weaker. IONQ. New lows for IONQ there. Cipher Mining under pressure. LAC continuously remaining under pressure. This one's probably going to catch a bit of a bid off of this area. Bitcoin making a nice push here, guys. BTC trying to make that push. BTC. MARA. Coinbase. You're seeing gold miners getting absolutely clapped right now. IWM trying to hold steady. Tesla seeing some positive price action. Crude oil is trying to catch that bid. So the Russell's acting much better with regional banks and financials holding steady. Coinbase catching a nice bid. BMNR trying to make a push here. Nvidia's catching a bid. How's Bitfarms doing? Yeah, Bitfarms is acting quite well. Look at this Dust ETF. Big gap up and push. Interesting. Look at this NEXT, guys. Full ripper here. Full ripper on NEXT. Impressive. Silver Juniors down 4.2. CoreWeave under a little bit of pressure this morning. Western Union strong. Boeing strong. IONQ still negative. Oklo's actually holding up quite well. Maybe there's a fade on Oklo today. Let me look at what uranium is doing on the back end here. Yeah, uranium trying to bounce. It's still negative on the tape, but it is trying to bounce. Let's see if there's a lotto Oklo put. Oklo is bouncing quite nicely here. All right, guys, high risk trade. Good morning, Caleb. Looking at an Oklo 150 put, guys. It's high risk. It's a lotto. 150 Oklo put, 0 DTE, filled at 60 cents. Again, size it for loss, please. High risk. Again, please understand that's high risk, guys. Oklo 150 put, 0 DTE. It's a lotto, and it's very small size. But if it hits, it'll pay. Let's see what happens here on Oklo. Markets are coming under a little bit of pressure here. Uranium still down 2.7. A lot of stocks are still seeing some distribution. Markets are still gold down 1% now. That's struggling pretty immensely. Quantum stock still getting slapped. Lithium Americas Corp still getting slapped, guys. Interesting. Bitcoin still down 2. Qs and IWM are leading the charge to the downside. Apple is still slightly green. Tesla down. US 10 and 2-year coming under pressure. Russell curling down. Your VIX is trying to spike here on a Friday, guys. Quantum QBTS, our $39 puts are still in the money. I'm looking at trimming them. Quantum could actually make a bit of a bounce here. Temporary bounce. Don't know how long it will be. That freaking spread though is just too wide. IWM starting to curl lower. Rigetti down still. Ouster's down. Blackberry's down. Weeble's out. Still a lot of distribution in this tape, guys. A ton of distribution. XOM strong day. CVX still green. Weeble down 3. SOXS is seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Oklo trying to get a bit of a bid here. ENVX down. Server robotics down. Crude oil softening. SPY is showing a little bit more relative strength than the equity mark, than the entire other indices. CoreWeave down 5%. Looking at gold. Gold's coming in. GDX. Pretty big gap down for GDX. It probably will catch a bit of a bid. But you have Dust absolutely ripping this morning. NEXT ripping this morning. Look at that NEXT, guys. Stunning move on Next. Beautiful move on NEXT. I love it. I love it. We almost have our NEXT calls in the money. That's crazy. That is crazy. What a big, big move. Big, big move. Filthy. Come on, Oklo. Give me a huge Grand Slam lotto hit. Your S&P is still negative on the tape after it bounced initially. Again, I think your long level on SPY is a sweep of this low. Keep in mind we have a big range. Our pre-market low on SPY is all the way down here. Imagine they push us down there. That would be insane. IREN getting slapped around today. Look at IREN and high crypto computing stocks. Our iron puts are now waking up, guys. Absolutely waking up. IWM getting slapped right back down. Come on, Oklo. Drop it, Oklo. Drop it. Uranium now down 3%. Let's go. QBTS new low. Market is looking heavy, guys. Market is looking heavy. Holy moly. We are seeing some distribution today. Members, I'm covering half of my iron short. Big drop there. Market is still under quite a bit of pressure this morning, guys. Again, I did cover half of my iron common share short, guys. That's a little bit of alert in the investing group. Took half of my profits off of that trade. You are catching a little bit of a bounce, just locking in about 9% on the common shares short. Still have more runners on the table as well as some put options. So we'll see if that one can continue to fall here. It's triggered some bearish formations. QBTS still weaker than ever. You have the IWM getting sold into again. We still have 245 puts that are deep in the money for the Russell guys. So that's really, really good to know. Let's look at Oklo again. If you're wanting to take some profits on your IWM 245 puts, now's the time. Again, we're riding the November 7th 245 puts, which are right now trading at about 690, up quite nicely, guys. It's a member option trade. Oklo still trying to see some distribution. The fact that Oklo is only down 0.5% when uranium is down 3%, kind of a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity. That's one of the reasons why we shorted that. Yeah, the spread in gold miners are crazy sometimes. You know, it's just due to the extra volatility, right? Market makers know that people want to short gold because it's had such a big deviation move, and basically they're making people pay for that for sure. All right, everybody's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, guys. Big bounce on your Russell. Big bounce in pretty much everything right now. AMD still weak. Ouster weak. Gold still weak. QBTS for Getty still weak. Lighter stock still weak. KSS goes green. Robinhood still down. CoreWeave down 5. Webull down 3.5. SOXS is still at 2.7. Oklo is still showing some relativity here, some strength. Google down 0.7. Nvidia down 0.24. Microsoft down 0.44. IWM negative. Catching that bid. SPY's going to make an attempt here, looks like, at trying to do a bit of a liquidity breakout and sweep. So it looks like to me. Uranium catching a bid. Gold still down 1%. Nat gas making a move. Let's look at these nat gas equities real quick. So again, you're getting a little bit of reversal here in nat gas. There might be a little bit of a lotto call play in some of these nat gas resource stocks, guys. We are seeing XLE holding relative strength compared to the indices. Let's see, AR or EQT. I know EQT has a little bit more of that institutional pull. And it is green right now. How's AR doing? The AR is just so tempting down here. Big, big support level. I might take a lot of AR upside calls, guys. I think AR looks pretty good. I'm going to pull it up on my other screen here and just watch it. Because I think there is a lotto trade on AR. IWM still looking a little bit fragile here. Oklo not really doing too much here. S&P trying to get that push. Call on Boyle. Yeah, you can trade it. I thought nat gas was still going to go a little bit lower, but it's showing some relative strength this morning. So if you want to take some upside calls on Boyle, I'm going to look at the resource stocks instead because they're a little bit more of an arbitrage opportunity. You know, holy shit, that $31 call on AR is, the bid is at 5 cents, the ask is at 65 cents. Like, what the heck? That's just crazy. 3150s, that's a lotto. 3150s would be nice. 32s would be a huge grand slam. Let's look at 32s. I'll throw some speculation capital. Don't like the spread in AR. That's unfortunate. What about EQT? Oklo pushing, S&P pushing, IWM pushing. Everything is catching a bid here. Everything is catching a bid. All right, getting a nice bid. Uranium's still weak, but the market's trying to firm up. ENVX, guys. NVX trying to go green. Getting a little bit more positivity creeping into this market right now. You are seeing some strength. Oklo catching a bid. Serve Robotics catching a bid. Everything is trying to firm up here. KSS still green. Ouster's down. LiDAR stock still under pressure. Gold still seeing some distribution. Interesting. AMD still struggling. Oklo's still green. S&P, aggressive short level here. There is an aggressive short on SPY, but just understand, keep your stops tight here. Coinbase trying to make that move. Crypto stocks. MSTR. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to cut this Oklo Lotto. It's not really cooperating here. Let me just see what the thing is. 48.61 cents. Even though it's a lotto and I have a small position, the market's breaking out here. So I'm going to cut Oklo here, guys, for a tiny little loss. So a 12-cent loss there. Again, it was a small, only 4 contracts, but I'm all out of that Oklo put because we are looking like we're trying to break here. S&P breaking out. Bitcoin seeing some strength. Look at Tesla trying to rip. Tesla's trying to get going here. Markets are looking a little bit better. Let's look at these quantum names again. MSTR catching that bid. QBTS trying to make that reversal. How's Rigetti doing? Yeah, Rigetti almost green. IONQ still a little bit of a lagger down here, but definitely into an interesting spot. Markets are trying to break here. Let's look at Big Bear AI, BBAI. That's trying to get some strength. How are the eVTOL stocks doing? Bitcoin looking better, guys. It's still trying here. Archer still down by 1.18%. Look at that S&P candle. Oof, big push, big push. ENVX turns green, so NVX making that reversal to the upside. KSS acting well. Wow, look at this NEXT, guys. Up huge, huge. We've obviously been accumulating some upside positions in this name. Bitcoin still trying to make that push here. A lot more strength creeping back into the tape here. Micron trying to push open doors green. Snapchat's trying to go green. K-View? What's happening with K-View this morning? Is it down again? Wow, big bounce. Yep. Really big sizable bid. Let's look at NVO. Wow, look at NVO. All right, let's look at some of these financials here. Guys, my next lotto is going to be JP Morgan here, 305 call. JP Morgan 305 call. I'm in at 15 cents. Again, this is your next lotto or my next lotto. JPM 305 call. Lotto. And size it for loss, please, guys. Markets are looking a little bit better, structurally speaking. You do have the indices green right now. SPY leading the charge, QQQ just behind it, IWM still slightly negative. So again, I'm in a Lotto 305 JPM size for loss. Again, it's small sizing here, guys. Nothing that's gonna make me lose my shirt. I can sleep at night while not sweating. IWM's looking a little bit better here. Uranium still down 2%. Is there we could do another store, some considerable volume. It is trying to break through its prior day high, trying to almost trigger an inverted head and shoulders pattern. KSS not looking too bad here. Interesting. JP Morgan coming in a little bit. S&P getting faded here just a touch. Interesting. They're doing a little bit of a rope and dope here. A little bit of a push, and now we're starting to come in. So JP Morgan tried having that push, but getting slapped a little bit. Tesla's still ridiculously strong. Big push. Bitcoin's still trying to firm up. Big bounce on CRML. Nvidia's just turned green. S&P coming in. Silver Junior is still down about 5.3%. GDX still down 4.68%. Gold down about 0.1% or so. Crazy. QBTS still seeing some considerable selling, guys. QBTS is still seeing heavy selling. All right, SPY getting wrecked again. Yikes, that's a nasty little failed breakout. All right, I'm gonna have to cut these JP Morgan puts if SPY doesn't try to catch a little bit of a bid here. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit of a breakout here. Back test. Let's redraw that trend line. All right, guys, I'm taking a KSS Lotto as well. The contracts are so cheap right now. KSS calls, again, it's size for loss. This is a Lotto play. It's an upside call option on calls. Again, the chances of this playing out are very slim. That's why it's called a Lotto. So I took the 1650 KSS Lotto, 1650 call on calls, 1650 at 0.05 cents. So 5 cents, I just slapped the ask. Coles Store, KSS, guys. So I'm in a JP Morgan 305 Lotto, and I'm in a Coles 1650 Lotto. All of them are small. Coles is trying to break out. Let's see if we can get this volume. Come on, JP Morgan, press it. Let's see if we can squeeze these names. Your S&P trying to break out again, ladies and gents. Your S&P is trying to break out again. This is a big spot for SPY. It's trying to retrace some of that topping tail. JP Morgan softening up a little bit. Huge push back up on Oklo. Crazy. Uranium still remains strong. Let's look at this S&P 500 here. Still trying to firm up and break out here just a little bit. Quantum stocks are still under quite a bit of pressure. Look at this Dust ETF, guys. Up 11%. What a move there on DUST. Big gap up. Maybe putting in a weekly bottoming tail. Gold certainly seeing a considerable amount of selling on your daily chart. Now down 1.85%. Getting smoked. Gold is getting smoked. GDX coming in hot and heavy. That's a lot of liquidity, guys, coming out of gold market, and that could flow back into equities. You know, gold is what, over 20 trillion market cap now, so that could flow in. That could really start to flow. SPY just chopping around here at our opening range. All right, JP Morgan trying, SPY still trying. How you doing, JP? All right, members, I'm going to take profits on my QBTS $39 puts. I'm going to close that full position. QBTS $39 puts, I'm closing the full position. Those contracts are in the money. I repeat, closing full position. So I'm all out of those QBTS put options, guys. S&P looking a little bit better. QBTS still ripping to the downside. Quantum stocks are still weaker than ever, guys. Still super weakness in a lot of these names. Look at Rigetti and QBTS. Still falling. QBTS now down over 6% almost. Crazy. New low of day there for QBTS. Stunning little short trade if you caught that with us, guys. A nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge. Sweeping the lows. There might be a little bit of a 0 DTE lotto here, guys, now on QBTS. I'm actually going to flip to some upside calls. Again, it's risky. But I'm going to look for a little bit of a lotto on QBTS, quantum names. I'm going to look at a $40 call. Again, size it for loss. Yep. Thanks, JP. Trump is live. Let's see what happens. JP Morgan trying to firm up here, guys. Kohl's store getting sold into a little bit. Come on, JP Morgan. S&P still trying here, but weak. BlackBerry getting slapped. AMD still negative. Markets are still quite heavy here. KSS got slapped down. JP Morgan still trying. S&P still seeing some sell side pressure, but trying to consolidate on that previous little breakout neckline. Again, we did enter some crazy lottos on QBTS here in hopes for a bit of a dead cat bounce. We only need one of them. SPY still not doing anything here. Let's look at that Russell. We still have some of those put contracts running. The 245 puts, guys, are still printing. Gold now down 2% on the session. Crazy. So all in all, with my 3 lotto plays that I'm in, I'm risking about 650 bucks between the 3, 700 bucks. So it's nothing that's going to crush my portfolio. It's just some speculation money, some 0 DTEs. We did take profits on IRIN. We took profits on QBTS puts. So we're netting already a beautiful gain on the swing trading side with some much bigger positions. IREN still falling, down 3%. Silver Juniors down 6. CoreWeave down 5.7. KSS Cold Store got absolutely slapped down, unfortunately. That was looking like a bit of a breakout. Never truly happened. Come on, JP Morgan. What are you doing? Firm up. Make a big push. QBTS still trying to hold steady. Cypher still down 6.5%. Intel up 2.5%. Quite nicely. Rigetti still down 3.42. Tesla ripping up 1.5%. That was a huge lotto play. Anyone that took Tesla calls, you're in the money. Big Bear AI down 3.77%. Nastiness. Big push there on the S&P, guys. Really big push. JP Morgan trying here. QBTS trying. S&P trying. Come on, JP Morgan. Push it. Push it. All right, guys, I'm closing out my IONQ common share short. This was kind of a day trade that I've been holding. I'm closing out my IONQ common share short. All right. So I closed at 64.49 there, guys. 64.49. Closed IONQ. Nice little gain on those shares. So again, 64.45. I closed my IONQ commons, guys. Netting just over 10.5% gain. So nice job if you caught that with us. S&P big bid, QBTS trying to firm up. This is where the lottos could start to wake up in full force, guys. Full force. Come on. Cole's trying here. QBTS trying to make a move. JP Morgan. So we're writing KSS upside lottos. We're writing JP Morgan upside lottos. We're writing QBTS upside lottos. Big punch through on S&P land. Holy moly, look at that. Big push. ENVX making a move. That could be another upside lotto play. NVX. Bitcoin still kind of just floundering a little bit. Come on, JPM. Take us to the promised land. Come on, QBTS. Take us to the promised land. We only need really one of these calls, upside lottos, to play out for us to at least make some money. What a candle on your S&P, guys. That is a ripper. Should have just used some Cole's cash to pump the stock. Nice, Caleb. Nice. I'm hoping it makes a squeeze. It's been due. Hoping JP Morgan gets to 305. I want one of my lottos. I'm in three. Hopefully one of them is going to pay out here. But we've already taken a nice amount of profits on the short side, guys, from closing IREN, trimming our IREN short, to closing out our QBTS put options, IONQ shorts. It's been already a good session on the short side of this market. We've already extracted some profits. Looking for these lottos. Come on, SPY getting a big push here. Let's see if QBTS wants to also push. Come on. We got lottos in JP Morgan, 305s. Lottos in QBTS. Punch it, punch it, punch it. Cole's store kind of just floundering a little bit, not really reacting. Your S&P 500 still surging in through that volume shelf point of control. It is hitting a little bit of resistance here on the 10-minute chart. but it looks like SPY, guys, wants to go for that breakout trend line. That was the poll that we put in the chat. Will SPY hit that breakout trend line? We've gotten 12 votes. It's kind of a mixed bag of results. I will post that there, but 58% said yes, 42% said no. Crazy. We're halfway there right now. We are halfway there. S&P running into a little bit of sell side pressure off of that point of control. Tesla's still acting phenomenally well. Critical metals, CRML acting very well. Rigetti trying to make a move here. Oh, QBTS just got wrecked there. Sold right into that whole entire little candle pop. Got absolutely wrecked. Still down 5.86% on QBTS. Nasty, 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 nasty. Cold store getting wrecked. Yikes, guys. Come on. Is that all it's got? It looks like the bounces are not occurring in your high beta stocks. They're occurring in your, it seems to be your mega caps. You know, all the liquidity flowed into Tesla, Meta made a strong reversal, Google's green, Apple's pushing, Nvidia's green. So should have just stuck to the big bad boys today, but wow, QBTS got wrecked there. Surprised JP Morgan hasn't broken out of this wide range red bar yet. You know, considering that it's still could, but it needs the strength from the market, that's for sure. CoreWeave still down. Silver Junior still down 6.5% on SILJ, guys. That's a pretty big drop on Silver Juniors today. Look at that. A really sizable bid. How is silver actually doing? Again, there's a lot of liquidity in these commodities that could still flow into your S&P and market. Look at gold getting absolutely wrecked today, down 4.23%. I'm selling some of my gold tomorrow, physical. I was hoping that it was going to stay strong, you know, but a decent 2% pullback. I haven't sold physical gold since when? Probably, I think 2019. I sold a bit, but it's due for more downside. Oh, QBTS getting smoked. Damn. Damn you, QBTS. Quantum names are just dogs today, guys. No love for QBTS. Look at that. Getting smoked. IONQ, no love. Rigetti, no love. That's okay. We've made a ton of profits on the short side over the last couple days, so still outweighing our little bit of a lotto call option. But wow, these quantum names got wrecked. Wrecked. Coal's getting wrecked. Look at iron, guys. Iron is still seeing some distribution here. So again, your high beta stocks not showing much love here on a Friday. Still coming under pressure. And we did take a bit of profits on our iron common shares group in the investor alerts. Banking 9%. So we'll see what happens there. If it wants to firm up. Look at that dead low price action. Head and shoulders on QBTS. Damn, that is filthy. IWM still trying to shake out some of those bulls. Imagine SPY retested that pre-market low today, guys. That would be insane. But S&P is certainly looking better. You have triggered a little bit of a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern. So it does appear that the market is going to push here. JP Morgan still trying to push. S&P 500 building a little bit of a 5-minute bull flag pattern. Dust is now up 11.9%, guys. Holy moly. Double digits on DUST. Crazy move, eh? Is that a weekly bottoming tail? It's still not a weekly bottoming tail just yet. In order for dust to form a weekly bottoming tail, it needs to get basically right here to 1010, guys. Weekly bottoming tail. So if dust gets to 1010, guys, that's a weekly bottoming tail. Obviously, it needs to close there, so we'll watch that for sure. But that is filthy. All right, S&P getting faded yet again. Nastiness. No bounce there for JP Morgan. Getting sold into. Quantum, new low for QBTS. Still falling. Google back to the dark side. Amazon still struggling. IWM down 0.6%. All right, I might actually have to take some more profits on my Russell 2000 put options. I'm actually contemplating it here, guys. I'm going to trim 2 more contracts on my Russell 245s, guys. My 245 puts, I'm going to trim 2 more contracts. I'll have 3 contracts running. All right, guys, I just trimmed my IWM 245s, 2 more contracts at 655. I'll post that in the group here. So I have 3 contracts running, but I did trim 2 more, freeing up another about 1,300 in capital there. Beautiful. It's a nice little profit, guys, on Russell puts. All right, so we're locked in 66% gain there, guys, on the Russell. Another 2 contracts, 66% gain. Still have 3 more contracts, guys, on IWM 245 November puts, but we've trimmed 70% of the position in profits. And my average on the 245 IWMs are sitting at $3.95. So we're still deep in the money. I'm just going to keep those in case the market wants to sell. But we did lock in some more profits there on the Russell. Nice 65% gain. So good job if you were able to take profits on those Russell puts. That just freed up another 1,300 bucks for me to deploy somewhere else. Keep the money rolling. Regional banks are still absolutely ripping. Quantum QBTS just got slapped down again. Ouchies. JP Morgan trying. Look at this QBTS, guys. Holy moly. Anyone still short? You're paying. You're getting paid. Down 7%. Triggering that head and shoulders, knees and toes. Look at that free fall on QBTS. That is a nasty little breakdown. I mean, wow, imagine you hit 36 bucks today. That would be filthy. Absolutely filthy in quantum names. Caleb asking, is KWeb along here since Trump will wimp out on China? You know, don't be so surprised. It's going to be a battleground. You know, everyone thinks he's going to wimp out, but I don't know. I think they're going to get a little bit nastier to each other here. You know, typically you do see declines into the end of the year, especially employment, and I think that the media is going to have to use a scapegoat, and I feel like that scapegoat is going to be China if the markets come under more pressure. So I'm not too sure yet. I don't know. I think that you can get a little bit of a bounce here. You are putting in this H pattern or bear flag pattern, so it's looking a little bit dicey. But I think there's individual China stocks that are better. That's all I'll say. AMD's trying to go green. CoreWeave's still down just a little bit here. Down by about 5.6% on C or RWV. Webull still getting slapped around like it's nobody's business. DocuSign green. SOXS is making another push. Oklo still up 2.5. Micron negative. Baba slightly green. Duolingo green. This market could go lower, guys. This market could go lower here. It's really going to be dependent on what mega caps. You know, you got a handful of mega cap tech that are strong, but there's a lot of selling happening under the hood of this market. If we look at SPY compared to actually they're kind of neck and neck right now. Never mind. They're actually neck and neck right now. RSP and SPY. Doesn't look like that from when you look at the market, but I guess they're neck and neck. Interesting. Let's look at Bitcoin here. S&P trying to firm up. How's MicroStrategy doing? Still slightly green. Coinbase. Coinbase has yet to turn positive. It briefly went positive there. Mara, MARA. NASDAQ down 4.2% on MARA today. That one again could catch a bit if Bitcoin starts to firm up. Let's look at SBET. SPY's making a push here. SBET's still down pretty sharply on the tape. Sweeping those lows. To a little bit of support there. Let's look at ETHZilla. S&P still holding steady. Quantum stocks getting wrecked, guys. QBTS absolutely slaughtered today. QBTS is now down 7.7%. Rigetti down 5%. It is a bloodbath in quantum world again. I took full profits on my QBTS, took full profits on my IONQ. Rigetti, we're all out of that. Ethereum's still trying to muster up a little bit of strength here, but down 3.5% on ETH. Pretty filthy. I feel like there's a crypto trade, but things are just nasty here. Russell 2000, still trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. A minor bid, still down 0.4%. You're violating some support levels for now. They are trying to get it to close back above this, but your hourly candle closes here in 40 seconds, and the Russell's looking pretty bearish right now. Pretty bearish. JP Morgan's still negative on the session, starting to curl down now. Let's look at Reddit again. RDDT. Wow, Reddit. Damn, that sent out the alert this morning. Big red to green reversal. Look at this dust ETF, guys. That's still ripping. Again, 1010 is your weekly bottoming tail on dust. Nat gas still up about 1%. How are the nat gas equities doing? Yeah, they've bounced a little bit here. SPY is just whimpering around here, guys. Just barely seeing strength. I mean, there's really not even a 0DT push that I'm seeing on SPY, which is quite crazy. Looking at energy stocks, they are holding some technical strength. CVX, XOM. No love for quantum, though. It's a mixed bag of tricks today, guys. Mixed bag. Let's look at these Dollar Tree stocks, DLTR. Dollar Tree's catching that bid. Why is gold so down? I mean, look at it. Look at the deviation move you had. It went parabolic. I mean, it's barely down. Yeah, sure, it's down on the session, but it's a parabolic correction. I mean, you've had a deviation from the mean that, like, you cannot believe. You know, you look at the weekly chart, it's barely down. You know, gold is trading like a meme stock, and we're talking about a 25 to 30 trillion dollar asset class. Look how many weeks it has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 weeks of consecutive upside. It's barely a blip, this pullback on the weekly chart. I mean, gold should still fall much, much lower. But I think one of the reasons why gold is down today is you've had their KRE. There was several earnings reports from regional banks today, this morning, and regional banks are bouncing a little bit. So a lot of the fear, I think, that blow off top move came from liquidity pouring out of your regional banks and flowing into gold. But gold is due for a pullback. It's so due. You know, you look at GDX, so due. Down 6% today. Silver also down sharply. So commodities are due for a pullback. And you have and you look what's happening today, right? You have yields, so 10-year yield starting to rip today, up 10%. So yields over the last, couple weeks have been in a severe downtrend. They are trying to firm up here. So maybe we have a little bit more of an uptick in yields starting to occur. You know, you had a little bit of a bearish breakdown, but they are bouncing, so that's showing a little bit of positivity. Again, your dollar has still technically triggered a breakout of an inverted head and shoulders. It's catching a little bit of a bid to try to recapture that neckline. So maybe the Dixie is going to start to push back up to the $99, $100 level over the coming weeks. Wow. QBTS, guys. Free falling. Free falling. And I'm free. Look at that move, guys. Daily hangman candle, 1, 2, 3 bar surge down. That is filthy. That is so filthy. Your S&P getting slapped around now. Slapped around. Bitcoin losing steam. VIX is trying to get going. Maybe there's a lotto trade in the VIX. Whoops. Maybe there's a lotto trade in UVXY because it looks like the market's going to kind of flail around here and lose itself. I don't like trading the VIX on a Friday because they typically do weird things, but maybe the lotto's in the VIX. Just might be because this market's getting faded again. Holy moly. Core weave down to the lows here. AMD still holding steady. Robinhood trading lower, guys. How's Palantir doing today? So it doesn't look like any of my lotto calls are going to play out right now. I mean, that's why they're lottos. You risk a small amount of capital for, I mean, JP Morgan could still do it, but the markets need to do something real quick here. Webull got smoked. You got SOXS starting to firm up yet again, guys. Maybe Tesla's gonna get faded here. Let's look at some of these other names. Apple still holding some strength. Nvidia's green, Meta's green. Microsoft. Wow, markets are getting slapped here again, guys. Slappers. SILJ down 7%. Dust is now up almost 13%, guys. Crazy, eh? All right, SPY looks like it may have a fail. This is a big area right here. If you lose this trend line, SPY is probably going to go down to the lows, guys. JP Morgan going to get slapped. Kohl's stores got slapped. Quantum stocks got slapped. Markets are getting slapped. Mindfulness asking, how much lower do you think GDX will go? Well, I still think it needs to go lower. Much, much lower. You know, look at that weekly topping tail. You might get a retrace next week of this topping tail, but I think that just based off of where you are, I mean, 76, this gap fill looks like your next big support area. That's where a ton of volume was traded right in this consolidation zone. So I'd love to see this gap fill, but honestly, where I think GDX needs to go is basically, hate to say it, but basically back down to, see where you had this huge push, then you had a back test on the weekly and then a big impulse candle up. Needs to go back to the $70 area. Not a lot of support has been established in GDX here, but again, GDX is going to trade with gold, right? So if GDX were to go back down to 70, if we look at that same structural setup on the weekly chart, gold needs to really retest kind of 38, 3900. So we'll see what happens, but just look how extended gold is from your weekly 7 moving average. Doesn't happen that much, that often. Daily chart moving averages, your 7-day on gold is still at 41.54. Even with the pullback today, gold is still stretched from its 7-day. Just shows you how crazy this is. Look at quantum stocks, guys. Getting slaughtered. Slaughtered. SOXS is starting to break out, guys. This is what's telling us that maybe semis are going to take the market lower here. SOXS. Maybe there's some lottos in there. QBTS down 9%, guys. Rigetti down 6%. Woo-wee. Serve Robotics getting slapped around. INVZ getting slapped. Ouster down 6.44. Kohl's making that nasty reversal down. Just filthy price action in this tape today. JP Morgan getting hit now. A lot of stocks are getting hit again. Yeah, nat gas up 1.66%. Hopefully you took those call options on Boyle. But yeah, UNG pumping here. UNG pumping to the upside. AR still kind of lagging a little bit. Maybe there's a trade now in AR. Actually, I'm going to look at AR real quick here. Let me look at this AR calls because UNG is pumping. Semis are seeing more sell side through AVGO. It is starting to rip down. Look at nat gas spiking to the high side. Why is the spread on AR so freaking wide right now? That's crazy. $31 call is a 40-cent spread. That is just filthy. 31.50s are all the way up here. What move would that imply? They really want me to buy 31.50s? That would be a 2.5% move. Oh my gosh. Maybe I'll just pick up some commons. But look at nat gas soaring and roaring. Huge spike higher here, guys. Craziness, eh? Wow, uranium getting slapped now down 4%. What's Oklo doing? Oklo might be a short again now, guys. I'm going to look to jump back into some Oklo puts. Let's see if we can catch a bit of a downward shift. I know it's kind of chasing, but I'm seeing Oklo trading at the same point where uranium was down 2% and now uranium is down 4% and looking pretty nasty. So let's see if we can slap Oklo again on the short side. I don't know, today it feels like I've just been chasing. I don't like it. I don't like it, but I'm gonna take it. Oklo 150. Let's see, 152 put. 152.50s. Still such a wide spread on these bad boys. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it on my other screen here, guys. And I'll let you know if I jump into Oklo. JPM. S&P looks a little bit more vulnerable at this point, guys. We are still seeing. Yeah, I've closed a few put options and shares short, covered a few shares. I've taken 3 lottos. I've lost on all 3. They've kicked my ass on the call side lottos. Again, they're small though, relative to the port. But good for you, Ram, not taking trades. Yeah, bull looks bear. The whole market looks more bearish right now. But yeah, bull's just getting no love. I mean, I don't know if there's just too much retail activity in it, but it's seemingly a little bit more of a long-term hold. I mean, you're just sitting right on that trend line. Let me clear up some of this. Like you're still sitting right at the lower boundary wedge pattern. So technically, if you look at it from a relative move standpoint, even though it's down sharply today, 4.17%, you look where Webull has been trading in this lower boundary wedge pattern, it actually hasn't violated that pattern yet, despite look at how far the indices have fallen in the last couple days, right? So the indices have fallen quite sharply. Webull's still just holding that same kind of technical vicinity. You are getting a nice pump here. Quantum stocks are getting a big surge here. Bitcoin getting a nice push here. Slip back to that 10-minute chart on SPY. SPY's still green, guys. Barely, but it's green. Your S&P chart. You're still just chopping inside of this larger wedge pattern. You haven't hit the high. You haven't hit the low. Just chopping around. Oklo, big push. QBTS, big push. Markets are just chopping around. It's kind of a lackluster, at least a trend in the market today. Got Hood again. Hood's still trying. Tessie. Again, the market still looks a little bit vulnerable through your semiconductors, guys. SOXX appears like it's trying to break out here. SOXX appears like it wants to break down here. Bit of a head and shoulders formation on your semiconductors today, guys. And when you look at things structurally again from a ETF holding, AMD is starting to look a little bit weak here. Broadcom, AVGO, that's at the lows of the session, trying to come in. So maybe there's a lotto trade on SOXS. Intel starting to do that good old-fashioned gap and crack. QQQ still looking a little bit weak. So semiconductors might want to come in here some more. Iron's still trying to hold steady. JP Morgan hasn't really done much here. Quantum trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Crazy. You're planning to sell MSTR puts? Yeah, the Bitcoin's getting a nice little pop here. It's probably not a bad idea. Right, SPY might want to try to fall here a little bit more, guys. Planning to sell MSTR 280s for 0 DTE. So your bullish MicroStrategy. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. You're carving out a nice little base here. You've had some impulse candles to the upside. You're getting a very strong, huge amount of volume that was traded off of this. It is green and really the market's weak. I don't mind MSTR down here, guys. I do not mind it. You're hanging on to that 1 year, 365-day MA. So I think that makes a lot of sense. You can see there's a bit of this interesting falling wedge pattern that's building on MSTR. You know, you can arguably say you hit it today. So, and then you can see that from that high. So you could easily chop to the high here. I don't know how high it's going to go. There's a lot of resistance, basically around this 300 area. You know, but your 7-day moving average at 301, so I don't mind it. It's looking pretty good. The only problem that I'm seeing is that I think there might be a bit of selling to hit the semiconductors. But for now, Bitcoin certainly catching that bounce, and BTC is into an interesting area for sure. We discussed this a couple days ago that Bitcoin was looking to do a sweep of this low pivot. See, I had it here. I said let it pierce that daily 200 moving average, and that's a buy area. So Bitcoin is into an interesting zone here. It has triggered a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. That's your kind of your minor pattern, but it's certainly oversold, and I think you could easily get a retest of 107.5 on BTC. So yeah, I think you're a smart one to sell those puts for sure. It looks pretty good. Looks really, really good. Let's look at Amazon here. Amazon's still struggling immensely, but into a big support level on Amazon. I'm looking at some lottos on Amazon now, guys. It's kind of just been hanging on to this thread here. Let's see what these contracts are sitting at. 215s. Let's see on the weekly chart of this candle formation. Yeah, that's a hard weekly sell. So if we were to retrace a chunk of this move, yeah, 215s could work. I did send out a little bit of an alert, live trading chat. JP Morgan still just floundering around here. GDX starting to bounce. Yep, it is. Nat gas taking a little bit of a pullback. Bitcoin still trying to hold steady. Crude oil softened up a little bit. Your Russell 2000 is still weak, almost near the lows of the session. Amazon's still weak. Oklo coming in, so a little bit of a short-lived bounce there in the markets. S&P still super weak. Looking at KSS, those got absolutely wrecked. Failed little breakout. JP Morgan still just chopping sideways there. QBTS, a little bit of a 10-minute chart bounce, but still so weak on the session. Again, Amazon, it's incredible to see how weak Amazon is here. Knifing through just every single time it comes to this level, it catches a bounce, but just no love for Amazon. Your S&P 500 still getting sold into here. Tesla still up 2%. Your Russell still holding steady. Gold still down 1.6, but off of the lows. Google Meta negative. Amazon down 0.89. Microsoft down 0.29. Bitcoin still testing 105.5. Energy stocks are still holding some value and some strength. Chevron up 1, XOM up 1.14. QBTS still down 7.8. Rigetti down 5.32. S&P seeing a little bit more selling here. Looking a little bit nasty. Amazon doing a little bit of a sweep here. S&P still really chopping around, going nowhere. Everywhere but nowhere. Someone bought 7 million worth of gold puts, 385 and 380 strike right at the close yesterday. Yep. Probably probably a bank trading floor or someone, but excellent trade. Whoever did that, they're having a celebratory weekend. All right, IWM is trying to stabilize here, guys. So we are seeing things are acting a little bit better, just a touch better. S&P though, chopping around still, guys. IWM curling down. Bitcoin seeing some selling. Yields are still strong. VIX is still down 2.62. I'm surprised the markets haven't bounced a little bit more with the VIX selling off here. Amazon still knifing to the downside here. Crazy. They are selling the market a little bit more now. Dust is still up 12. Amazon new lows. Crude oil still up about 0.5%. Nat gas up 1.7. Dollar still slightly green. 10-year yield up 0.86. Wow, look at them absolutely bludgeoning Amazon here. Jeez. Selling that S&P, selling Amazon. Amazon now down 1%. They just ate through that volume here. Look at that. My oh my. SPY getting slapped. SOXS trying to break out here. IWM right back down to the lows, guys. Looking like new lows are incoming. Tesla starting to get faded here. Google. How's Mr. Google doing? Nvidia. Nvidia's back to the dark side, negative on the tape. Wow, they are selling things now. Looking fucking nasty. Oklo red now? Yeah, I know. We got shaken out. This market's a tricky. It's been a I don't know. My calls have not been on spot on today. It's been a rough day trading session for me on the lotto side. But yeah, Oklo coming in now. You know, it was weird that Oklo was remaining this firm with uranium down that much. Pretty crazy. IWM did give us a little bit of a low of day retest there. Your S&P 500. Hope the markets crash and burn so you can buy at value. Yeah. Hood puts look fun. Yep. I'm already in hood puts with members. We took a little bit of profits yesterday, but I'm still riding some 110s, which are up nicely. Looking for a little bit more, but hood is down 2.8%. Amazon still getting wrecked here. Look at Amazon getting absolutely crushed here. Crazy. Holy moly. Gosh, they just bludgeoned Amazon. Down 1.31%. Everything is coming in heavy here. S&P still looking pretty weak here, guys. Markets are breaking down. Looking like Robinhood wants to go for another low of day, potentially. IWM new low of day. This market is getting a little bit filthy here. A little bit filthy. Core we've down 7, Webull down 5%. SOXS is trying to fly here, guys. SOXS is ripping to the upside. You still have a lot of semiconductors, guys, that are extremely elevated. Extremely elevated. So if this market wants to, if you have your SOXX break down here and trigger a head and shoulders, you're going to have a waterfall sell-off in the market. Semis have been kind of keeping a lid on the markets from selling. A lot of stocks are still getting liquidated here, guys. There's a lot of weakness in this market today. Quite a bit of weakness. Still seeing these indices running into a little bit of troublesome price action. Just a slow bleed today, guys. Nvidia is still trying to hang in there. Still trying to push to the green side. JP saying, is it a good idea to start accumulating JP Morgan 295 calls or 290? You know, I don't like financials. I do not like financials, guys. Although JP Morgan is hitting a big trend line and you saw a massive bounce off this previous area, this support line has technically weakened. So I do not like financials at all. You look at certain financials here. Let me just pull up this other chart. You look at XLF and the chart still looks pretty bearish to me. You've printed lower lows, lower highs, so you're starting to break structure. I think that XLF is going to look to test this $51 area that's kind of into your daily 200 moving average. So it's a tough, tough tape. It's looking like the market is in a bit of a short the pop environment today, guys. Trump is coming, yep. Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a push here. But yeah, you look at some of these other financials, right? Look at Morgan Stanley. Ever since it reported earnings, it has been getting faded. Let's look at Citigroup here. Looking a little bit choppy here, almost a head and shoulders about to trigger on Citigroup. Hasn't yet, but getting close. Wells Fargo took a nasty dump yesterday. Obviously, you're still holding above your 7 moving average, but things are looking a little bit dicey here. Obviously you're buying time, so you could get a bounce here. There is some support, but I still think we're going to go lower for some reason. And I'm still in Morgan Stanley put options. Basically, when it hit and pierced this channel, I sent out an alert to get into some MS puts. So we're still have a little bit of short exposure to the financial sector. So our 160 puts for December are actually nicely in the money for Morgan Stanley. So, but I'm looking for MS to kind of give back that whole earnings gap up move. Typically, that's what happens. You look at Morgan Stanley, it's starting to put in a bit of a potential weekly topping tail. It still has quite a bit of selling to do. But again, we're up about nicely on our Morgan Stanley put option. So we're up about 60% right now on our Morgan Stanley 160 put for December. So we entered at $5 here on the 160s and it's had a nice 3-day fall. It's into a little bit of support here, but I'm looking for a minimum 7-day retest, you're kind of bouncing off of that key 20-day MA. But we'll see. If you're wanting to try to trade it off of a dead cat balance, there's certainly some support here. It's not the worst area. So the Russell's catching a bit of a liquidity, Nvidia back to the green side. Yeah, so again, they're keeping it propped up through some high weighting stocks, you know. You still have strength in Nvidia, Apple, Google, Tesla. It's pretty crazy, right? That the markets are still green. Boeing, ASML, Lennar. So you got some important sectors in your XL ETFs that are kind of holding the market up right now. The question is, will they start to sell it at all? It does seem like the pops on the S&P have been faded, so just keep that in mind. Again, semiconductors catching that little bit of a bid, but we will see if they want to fall here. Semiconductors volume shelf is sitting here at 281.80, guys. 281.80. Silver Junior still down 7%. Caleb saying Rivian looks nice for a bounce. Swing short, Rivian? Oh, sorry, swing short, Rivian. I read that wrong. My bad. Swing short on Rivian. Let's take a look. Caleb asking for a swing short on Rivian. Yeah, Rivian looks like it's gonna fall down to at least 1228. You know, I had it priced in that Rivian was gonna go below 10 or test $10. It still could. But yeah, it's technically a short. You're under this EMA. If you get a close above that EMA, that would be kind of your stop loss. So not a bad area. They might try to bounce it a little bit. You are trying to form somewhat of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Remember, Tesla's strong today, so Rivian might be a little bit more difficult to short today, just with Tesla holding some value and strength. But yeah, it looks like it could be ready. Cabin saying MongoDB bounced off that 306 level for like the sixth effing time. Let's look at Mongo. Mongo. Yeah, Mongo's still bouncing. You know, I still hold some shares short. I got blasted off on a day trade. I'm sitting at 290, but Mongo, yeah, still bouncing. That's crazy. Yeah. Seems like that's the support range, right? This is only going to break down if SPY starts to break lower. Mongo's still a stock that people are absolutely loving off that last earnings report. So it's just because they had an explosive EPS move. Kraft Heinz ketchup trying to do pretty well today. Let's look at some of these other staples. Sorry for saying Boeing also looking good in this weak market. Yeah, I like Boeing. I mean, I already have some upside call exposure. We did trim some profits off of this little bit of a pop zone. But I'm already have some long exposure to BA. Your 260 calls for March. Let me take a peek at those. I don't know how expensive they are. Let me just see. 260s for March of next year. What type of a move is that? It's a pretty big move. That's a 20 over 20% move. It's pretty big move. But Boeing, once Boeing starts to trend, it really starts to fly. March 20th, 2026, 260s. The bid is 525, ask is 595. You know, You know, it's a tough one. That's a little aggressive. I like Boeing, I do. You know, you got a nice little uptrend building. Let me just see something here. You know, obviously we're getting a little bit of a bearish cross of the 7 and 20 on the weekly. Trying to build. That's the only concern I have with BA. You know, the problem with BA is it's also going to trade kind of with the market. And there might be a chance that BA retests this longer term breakout trend line. So if you draw that trend line, Sarfraz, all the way from your high back in 2019, there is a chance that BA could fall to this area. Just recognize that. But yeah, I mean, there is a decent amount of daily chart support. I'm just worried about that weekly trend formation trying to grab a hold. But you are into a little bit of a backtesting breakout zone. One could argue that maybe there's a little bit of a minor falling wedge pattern building, but I prefer, you know, the 230s or even 240s if you're a little more aggressive. 260 seems a little bit. I'd have to do a little bit more work on that. I'd have to scan all the open interest and volume. All right, guys, markets are going to start to come in here. Markets are going to start to come in here. Here goes SOXS, guys. This is what's going to take the market next leg lower. Is your semiconductors. We are starting to get heavy. SOXX. Potential head and shoulders, guys. Literally starting to break now. This could play out today. It would not be on a lot of people's radar, but the SOXX, if they really want to get nasty with it, when semis start to sell, they just free fall quickly. It's like ripping a band-aid off. Market makers know so many people buy the dip intraday, so they just absolutely wreck semiconductors. Chop it down. Let's see if we can get this breakout on SOXS. Markets are looking heavy. IWM new lows, guys. 242 on deck for the Russell, down 1.22%. Your semiconductors are starting to get a little bit heavier here. Regionals are starting to get faded a touch here. Biotech, look at XBI running it into the ground. QBTS now down 9% on the session, guys. Rigetti continuing to sell. Robinhood continuing to go lower, guys. Look at that. Nastiness. Absolutely filthy. But this Russell 2000 chart is getting heavy. Small caps are getting liquidated. Nat gas still strong up 1.72. Getting ready. Look at this falling wedge that's trying to build on the Russell. Look at that nasty little falling wedge on the IWM. Still showing more downside. That's a tight wedge pattern, guys. That is a tight, tight wedgie. I mean, the fact that this gap fill is so big, left unfilled on the Russell guys. Imagine they knifed us into that. That would be another. Oof, no, that shouldn't happen today. It could, but it shouldn't. But that's a big gap that's been left unfilled for quite a long time. All right, SPY is getting a bit of a bounce here. There's an aggressive long on the Russell, guys, if you're wanting to take a bounce off of this falling wedge. Looks somewhat aggressive. Cabin saying Trump was asked if how China tariffs will stand. He answered no. Is there a White House address going on right now? Let's see. No, I'm not seeing any live press conference, but I guess he's just giving some commentary. That's all it must be. Was unusual whales. Okay, thank you for that. Guys, we're gonna see a bloodbath. This is getting real. Bitcoin's actually firming up. Gold back down 2%. Nat gas still ripping and roaring. Your semiconductors are triggering a head and shoulders, guys. Semis are triggering a head and shoulders. Watch out here. This market's gonna bleed now. We are gonna bleed. We're free falling. Free falling. Do do do. Do 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 do. You know what's interesting is this is a dangerous type of sell-off. Reason being is it's a slow sell. It doesn't allow for big bounces. We're not getting a panic sell, so it's allowing people to quietly buy the dip, and then the market makers just sell into that liquidity. So they're just stair-stepping this market down, which often means that eventually there's probably going to be a big impulsive move at some point. They're almost just roping in liquidity very slowly. You know, it's like watching paint dry, but this is a very dangerous sell because it lulls investors into this false sense of security. And the market's structurally right now looking very, very weak. Very weak. You know, the crazy thing is that SPY is still holding above its opening range low. But you're going to get some vicious selling. If we crack this OR low, that's where the vicious selling is. Yeah, I did call puts on Oklo, and Oklo is under some pressure a little bit. It went from red to green, but Oklo right now, I got wicked out. I took a little bit of a loss there on Oklo. But uranium is still weak. Oklo is probably going to give a new low of day. So you look at uranium down 5%. Oklo is probably going to give a new low of day. So if you're still riding that, you know, look at SMR down 7%. Oklo is going to fall here with the market. But they are stair-stepping this down here. You know, those Oklo puts could play out. Just the way SMR is selling, if you're still holding. Yeah, hood is crazy. I'm riding the 110s. I trimmed a little bit today, but I'm still riding 110s for December, which are absolutely printing. I have trimmed majority of mine, but markets are in full sell mode. Full sell mode here, guys. Look at SOXS. Starting to take a move here. Semis are still the next shoe that needs to drop lower. Iron putting in an H pattern. Looks like it's going to go lower. Your IWM still going lower. Our IWM 245 runners, guys. I have 3 contracts running on the Russell right now. And those are exploding. Absolutely exploding higher here. Those 3 contracts on the Russell that are running are almost worth now $8 or $2,400. Crazy, 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 crazy. You know, almost up 100% on our IWM runners. Almost up 100%, guys. Nice trade. That's still a big position that's increasing. Keep her going down, IWM. Look at your socks, guys. Socks are getting liquidated here. Head and shoulders triggering full force, guys. Full force. SOXS is starting. VIX is quietly creeping up. Nice job on your hood puts, Anonymous. Well done. Winner, winner. All puts are printing, guys. And the S&P's barely moved. S&P has barely moved here, guys. My big put positions are still in Morgan Stanley, IWM. Got upside calls in SOXS. IREN still holding put options. We've trimmed a whole bunch in Quantum Land. CoreWeave getting liquidated today, down 8.7%. Look at CoreWeave today, guys. That's coming in hard and heavy now. CoreWeave could be down 10% today. Markets are still heavy here, guys. Gold still down 2, Bitcoin down 2, SPY down 0.2, QQQ down 0.41, Russell down 1.33%. Semiconductors are starting to see the next shoe down here, guys. Webull getting slapped, Silver Juniors getting slapped, Robinhood down 3.8. Energy stocks are still holding somewhat steady here. IWM catching a little bit of a bounce here. SPY still holding on to that opening range low. Again, it's a slow drip down, guys. Looking at dust here, DUST up 14.3%. Trying to put in that weekly. Imagine it gets to gap fill here. Gap fill is not that far away for DUST. Kraft Heinz ketchup Still seeing some liquidity. Again, as the markets sell off in semiconductors, a lot of that liquidity will try to chase other names. You're looking at Kraft Heinz ketchup looking pretty good. Pretty good right now for KHC. Let's look at Pepsi. Pepsi's not looking bad intraday. Coke. Coke's also putting in a bit of a bull flag potential pattern. Let's look at McDonald's. CVX is still trying to make a push here. Breaking out of a potential 10-minute chart bull flag on energy stocks. So they're still holding some relative strength, but they are looking to sell semis now, guys. Semis could be a slow bleeder throughout the rest of the day. Still trying. Bitcoin's trying to make a move here, guys. Trying to get back above 106. MicroStrategy hasn't really broken out yet because the market is just too weak right now. But it's trying. Certainly trying here. Just give me a sec here, guys. Master Sensei asking about bull call lottos touching the low at 11.20. I don't know. This market's just nasty today. They're just bleeding us, guys. I think the lottos are on the put side. I know it's so tempting to take calls, but I think the lottos are on the call side here. That's for sure. The lotto calls, sorry, the lottos are on the put side. The lotto calls seem to be in the energy space. Chevron XOM having stellar performances today. There's a handful of stocks performing quite well. Western Union, ACN. Wow, Oklo getting liquidated now, down 3.38%. Ondas, look at Ondas, ONDS, guys, down another 6%. But it doesn't look good for calls. Ondas is finally coming in. All these pre-revenue companies. Iron, new low of day, down 6%, guys. Look at that. So just be careful. They're starting to sell semis and SPY, so it's not looking good. Not looking good at all for the market. Look at SOXS, guys, trying to break out here. IWM did print a new low of day there. If the S&P loses this opening range low, guys, it's going to get cooked here. And semis are still selling hard, triggering a bit of a bearish pattern. Staples are doing somewhat well. IWM down 1.4, Amazon down 1.48, Microsoft down 0.5%, Nvidia looking fully bearish, down 0.82, Apple starting to lose steam, still at 0.3, Google down 0.69, Meta down 0.74, Tesla starting to get bearish, still at 0.7. S&P still looking weak. Semiconductors still triggering that head and shoulders. So XX chart, guys, it's still got quite a bit of downside. Lower lows, lower highs intraday. Point of control sitting at 281.80, which is still basically another 0.88% down. That would put it down about 2.5% on the session, which is not outside of its volatility range. That could easily happen. And you look at what we're still trading inside of is this waterfall sell-off mode. So that's the problem right now with SOXX. We'll see if they want to give it a facelift. XOM looking stellar, guys. Breaking out, high of day, 10-minute bull flag pattern, triggering to the upside. 113 calls are super cheap. CVX also following suit here. Energy stocks are looking poised for a bounce. They're breaking out as the stock market is selling here. So XLE, CVX, XOM, you take some lotto calls, they're probably going to be printing. I'm already writing call options in your blue chip energy names, but they are ripping here. BTC is consolidating. It's trying to firm up constructively, looking a little bit better. Big bounce on SPY. Again, it's a slow drip in the market, but you are getting a nice bounce on your S&P 500 right now. Wow, look at Reddit, guys. Yeah, market bouncing a little bit here, guys. Showing a little bit of strength. I'm going to take a bit of a break here Friday afternoon. I'll come back for power hour. Just got to do a couple errands here. But again, markets are looking a little bit better. Retesting lower high. If we get rejected here, we can easily go back down to the low of the range. Your big resistance is still that volume shelf where you got rejected. But don't be surprised if they want to still melt SPY a little bit lower. You still have some distribution across your small caps, Russell, and IWM. Small caps are looking very, very weak. VIX did get faded, but we will see you back here for power hour. So the market is getting a pretty decent sized bid here. Very, very strong move off of Trump and Zelensky. Don't know if Trump's speaking for the rest of the day, how long, but basically he has been pumping up your mega cap tech. Apple has had a huge rip to the upside here. Apple catching that liquidity like it's nobody's business. Whoops. You've had Nvidia catch a nice move here off of the lows. Certain quantum stocks have caught a nice sizable bid. Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a move here. Amazon making a bit of a move. Nat gas still strong. Bitcoin is getting gobbled up slightly. Surfers, you probably crushed on those MSTRs. You sold those puts, captured that implied volatility. Dust still had a huge move, but coming in a little bit as gold caught that little bit of a dead cat bounce. US dollar. This is the same rejection, guys. They've roped people in many times off of this level. They did it on Thursday. They did it here in the morning. They did it here in the afternoon. And now they potentially are selling people right at that volume shelf again. So just be very careful about that particular level. Not a good level. The markets keep getting rejected off of that. I would look for bulls to try to defend that 10-minute EMA. Market does look structurally a little bit better here, but we have been rejected off of this critical level quite a few times intraday, and the market still looks a little bit vulnerable. You still could be creating a potential little head and shoulders, but your UVXY is getting sold into, so VIX is under quite a bit of pressure. But all your mega caps pretty much firmed up. Tesla ripping back to the highs. Your UVXY now down 6%, getting sold into dramatically. You took JP Morgan 300 puts. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, JP Morgan's been weak. So I saw your question, JP, and regarding JP Morgan too. A little bit easier just for me to explain over the mic, but what most likely happened there is there was probably a lot of IV priced into the contracts. Therefore, when the stock, even though the stock moved up, your contracts didn't really change because there was too much IV priced into those contracts in expectation of a big market move, probably most likely because of Trump was speaking. So that's probably why. That's why sometimes you got to look at how much implied volatility is priced into those contracts, because if there's a higher IV, they're expecting a big move. And if that move doesn't happen, where JP Morgan's just been pinned, really the only people that win on that trade is the market makers. So it's the IV price, most likely, from your contracts. All right, S&P looking pretty strong here, like it's going for a full beast mode breakout, guys. It's looking actually really, really solid. Nice, PP. That's good. So it looks like they might want to trend this market, guys, into the end of the day. It looks like we're going to test that breakout trend line, which puts SPY 666.5, give or take a little bit. Mega cap tech is catching a really decent bid here. In some Nvidia lottos. Good luck. Yeah, it looks like mega cap tech getting a serious pump here. Rigetti's almost going green, guys. QBTS trying to make a move here. MicroStrategy still strong. So it's pretty much the majority of the liquidity is going into your mega caps, guys. That's kind of what I'm observing today. SPY is in full beast mode right now. Full beast mode. Ripping to the upside. Oh shit, here I was thought I was talking this whole time. Yeah, Meta is looking pretty strong here. I was thinking about jumping into 720 calls, lottos. I was hoping for a dip on SPY. I was looking for that pre-dip into power hour and then another push here, but crypto's looking super strong. Bitcoin curling, MicroStrategy ripping. Um, Again, I'm looking at Meta 720 calls, end of day push, but I'm still hopeful for a small dip in SPY. Back to this point of control. Or Master Sense saying Market Utopia returned. Was it Trump taco news? Well, I think a couple reasons you're getting that volatility crush, right? They're selling that VIX. And even with this little bit of a pump in the markets, we're still in a bit of a wedge formation. We haven't given a true directional break. So it's a tough thing here. Again, crypto is looking pretty decent here. You have your SOXX at resistance. Again, a SPY retest of point of control is technically a back test of your support zone. You did an SR flip here on your 10-minute chart. You have done a support resistance flip. What was keeping you in check 3 different times, you've now broken above it. So if you get that back test, that is your technical buy zone for a scalp long opportunity. But the problem with this tape is you still could be creating a right shoulder formation on your S&P. So um, you're at a pretty big hourly chart resistance. You're trying to hold above that hourly chart EMA. So we'll see if we can hold that area. Little selling coming into the market, crypto included. SOXS are getting slapped a little bit. Meta, I'm still looking at these 720s as an end of day lotto. Come on, Meta, get a little bit cheaper. Oof, you're into this value zone now for Meta. 720s. Come on, SPY a little bit more. I wish SPY can kiss this area. Feel a lot better. Come on, a little bit lower, SPY. You know, they might start chopping this market actually lower here. Seeing a little bit of bearish flow coming into the tape now. All right, I'm not looking at Meta anymore, guys. I'm not looking at Meta. I'm going to scratch that trade. Surfers is saying, I think Intel 38 call for 0GT Lotto 3 cents. 50 contracts, let's go. Nice job. All right, I'm actually looking at bearish now. I'm gonna flip bearish here, guys. I took some Lotto 662 SPY puts. 6 contracts, 22 cents. Pray for me. So you're in Intel calls there, Sarp. $38 calls. Holy shit, that would be a move and a half. Almost it's pretty much aggressive like mine. So again, I took SPY lottos, again, sized for loss. 662s, put options on SPY, 662 puts. And this has to do with SOXX being at resistance here. That's what I'm seeing is semis are at resistance. So let's see what happens here. I got filled at 22 cents. Let's see if they want to drop SPY into some lower boundary support areas here. So it'd be TP1. Here we go. We're rolling. We're rolling. They're still going to defend this market. SOX are still trading right at that little resistance zone. VIX is still getting slapped around. Yeah, semis have made a nice move up here for sure. It's the market's acted much better off of the lows. We'll see if they can get through this little resistance zone. So far, there's actually, structurally speaking, there's a little bit of relative weakness in your semi still. You can see SPY has taken out this 1230 high pivot, whereas semis have not. So on a relative basis, semis are still showing some relative weakness compared to your S&P. And again, if we flip to the S&P 10-minute chart or on the SOXS 10-minute chart, you can see that 1230 high, SPY has taken it out. 1230 high, semis have not taken it out yet. Again, the market's acting well here, consolidating. That's why it's a lotto. DJT's moving. Let's take a look at DJT. Whoa, holy moly, up 4.3%, getting some serious volume there. I mean, you're into a huge area here. That's crazy. DJT moving. Good observation there. Thank you, sir. Look at that spike. Crazy. Your UVXY is still dripping. IWM curling slightly lower here. JP Morgan still trying to quietly push here. XLF has made a little bit of a push here. Certain semis are acting well, others are not. IWM seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. VIX is still dripping lower. Interesting to see the markets have not performed quite well since that. Let me flip to NVIDIA here on my other screen. Yeah, NVIDIA is softening up, still maintaining above prior day high, but it's pulled back over the last 30 minutes. Markets are just chopping, burning a little bit of that theta. Theta burn. VIX is still getting slapped here. Uh-oh, the market might be ready. Your UVXY getting dusted. Coming in sharply. Your VIX is getting oversold though intraday. Little oversold, down 9%. IWM seeing some slight distribution. Bitcoin seeing some slight selling. Good day for Boeing. BABA has made a nice move off of the lows, up 1.8%. PayPal made a nice reversal. Starbucks having a strong session. Nat Gas still full beast mode. All right, you're getting a small bounce in your UVXY, small bounce in the VIX, small bounce in the market. Market's just burning some end of day theta here. Right, they're trying to punch SPY up here. Still got some top wicks. VIX is still weak. Apple trying to make a move here. Apple's been super duper strong. Microsoft looking a little bit weaker. JP Morgan seeing some distribution. IWM seeing a little bit of selling, but still just pinned in a tight range. SPY's trying to get going here. Uh-oh, here comes a little bit of green shoots. IWM trying. If that breakout isn't successful, they're going to take us lower. Could be a bit of a liquidity grab going on. That 1 minute candle needs to push here. If this is a failed breakout, we're going to dump here. They tried breaking it out there, doing a little bit of a volume liquidity grab. Peter asking, when did you buy splits? About 5 minutes ago, I would say. Again, they're lottos. It's not a lot of money. But SPY's looking like it's trying to press. You can see semis are bumping up out of their resistance zone here. VIX is still super weak. Apple's trying to move here. Semis are getting a little bit of a push. JP Morgan's just pinned sideways. UVXY still getting absolutely crushed and sold into. There comes more volume. A little bit of a positive breakout. Your semis are still trying to push here. Power hour has commenced and we've had a 1-2 minute breakout out of a little bit of a 1 minute wedge pattern here. Still seeing heavy volume. Yo. This could be a nasty liquidity grab, guys. If they don't break, if this is a failed breakout, they're going to drop us pretty hard here. So far, bulls are trying to fight and press this higher. Apple still, that's a heavy volume sell candle there. Let's see if they want to buy it back up. Punishing a little bit of the late day chasers. We still haven't gone really much. They are trying to bump it up here a little bit. Did Intel make a move? Intel really hasn't gone anywhere either. IWM, big top wick. All right, they could try to chop SPY down here. Uh-oh. Here we go. Come on. Is this a failed breakout? Right back into the wedge. Pushing it right back up. Just crushing people on both sides. They're punishing the breakout buyers, punishing the breakdown sellers. Just a whole lot of chop and slop in this region. Look at those candles. Algorithms are eating, but semis are acting quite well. SOXS is breaking to the high side here. VIX just printed a new low, guys. UVXY printed a new low. It is now hitting a daily chart previous pivot high, but it's melting here pretty quickly. S&P still looking pretty decent here, getting a little bit more participation from your semis. They're crushing the VIX, selling it off sharply. It's now down 9.75%. SPY looks like it's ready for a breakout here. But they're just chopping it around still. Look at this. They're chopping people around. Yeah, it's right now it's OPEX, so there's a lot of whippy volatility. Lots of volatility in the tape, guys. They're not really giving SPY the benefit of breaking out nor breaking down. So far, though, they are keeping it somewhat pinned. This is technically an ascending triangle pattern that it's trying to hold. So technically, it's a little bit of a bullish formation that's trying to hold. We'll see if it can firm up. SPY's just burning people here. And I'm still holding my puts down right now, but looking for a big impulse move down or up. We'll see which way it wants to go, but I think there should be a big directional move. They've eaten a lot of theta here. SOX is still holding steady. Your VIX is trying to bounce off the 1240 level. Which way do we want to go? How low can we go? How high can we go? Financials are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Semis are still acting well, guys. SOX is not really selling off here on your 10-minute chart. Busting through that opening range, it's trying to lift the S&P by the scruff of the neck and push. Looks like the market's trying to break out of this ascending triangle. VIX is still getting slaughtered. IWM looking a little bit better. Meta really didn't participate in that rally. It's just kind of a semiconductor push here along with Apple, certain small caps. This is your breakout of the ascending triangle. Are they going to do it? Right, semis are friggin' ripping here. Semis are ripping. Nvidia trying to break here. AMD has had a solid punch to the high side. Micron solid punch to the high side. So between AMD and Micron, they've been had some standout rallies. There goes your S&P 500. My puts are looking cooked. I took a stop out, 12 cents. Loss on those lottos. Loss on those lottos. Apologies about that. Salvaging whatever I had left there. Nvidia is now breaking out, so we could keep squeezing. Apple's starting to get going. Is Meta gonna get going? All right, I'm pretty much done trading. I mean, unless something falls in my lap. They cooked me on those. Beautiful breakout there. They rip this back down, I'll be cheesed. No, It's like they listed our, it's like, I know, I looked at it, I'm like, oh, sorry if you're probably winning, but Intel's not moving. All semis literally are moving except for Intel. I mean, you look at SOXS and it had a nice breakout and Intel's not doing shit. Oh, that's OPEX for you. That's OPEX. You can't make this shit up. It's too funny. Strong day for Nike today, guys. That's up 1.3%. Energy stocks were strong. They got slightly faded. AMD almost green. XOM still strong, actually. That's up still 1.5%. Webull got slapped. Yeah, they're listening. They got like a quantum supercomputer AI algo that listen to all streams. And they hear you. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna take this liquidity. We'll eat it. Apple's ripping. Apple printing a new high of day breakout. Oklo back to the positive. Micron positive. Baba strong. MongoDB still up a couple percent. That's acting well. Hey, Sarp, at least you made money on MSTR, right? You were in early there. No, that's the thing, right? Zero DTEs give you that quick, unless it's a trending session, which it's very rare you get those zero DTE trenders, but when zero DTEs give you profit, usually you want to take them, right? If you're not taking your profits on zero DTEs, someone else will. It's tough. We get greedy, right? We get greedy because we see those moves. It's like, oh my God, what if it falls more? What if I hit like, 400, 500%, 1,000%? Like you hear these stories and it's very rare does that happen, right? Like you can get 100% in a zero DTE, but oftentimes you better be taking some of that 100% off the table. But yeah, nice job selling your MSTR puts. That proved to be a really, really good. Yeah, I lost money today trading, honestly. Day trading, I lost money. Swing trading, I made money, but day trading, gosh, my lottos got eaten up at every single turn. Sucks. Sucks. They've chopped me up and around. I mean, this morning session was just nasty on SPY. Like, where were we? Where did we open here? Yeah, we opened, we made a move up, move down, move up, move down. It was choppy today. And then all of a sudden at 11:30, you just get this trending. Not even that nice of a trend. You had a pretty big pullback, but nevertheless a trend. So it was choppy today for contracts. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, Oklo chopped me up in the morning. That was very, very choppy. It's really gone nowhere. JP Morgan chopped me around. That went absolutely nowhere. QBTS threw some lotto money into QBTS. That kind of had a big bounce. The timing was just off with that. But yeah, it was tough. I mean, the only lotto that I see into the end of the day, maybe Meta. I think Meta maybe 720s. It's super aggressive, but I'm kind of done trading, guys, for the session. Unless something crazy happens, I'll take it. If we got a flush on SPY into this point of control, I'd maybe take it for a bounce. But other than that, or if we got like a huge spike up into like this 667.30, I would fade it a little bit. But other than that, I mean, algos just ate me up today. Ate me up. Yeah, SPY went from 652 at 4 a.m. now 665. Yeah, crazy, right? Crazy to think. And again, most people in the options group had no chance of really capturing any of that volatility, right? So unless you were trading in the after hours, just common shares or ETFs, you really had no chance at capturing any of that liquidity. IWM's acting well. VIX new lows, guys. VIX is continuing to see some sell side pressure. Gold still down 2.5%. Gold getting absolutely wrecked today along with GDX. IWM spiking a little bit higher here, guys. IWM's trying to move. Moving, moving, moving. Some really, really decent flow here. A little bit more extra volatility. Final 35 minutes here in the tape. Yeah, VIX, classic VIX Crush Friday, guys. Classic VIX Crush Friday. It got absolutely slaughtered today. Meta's catching a nice pump here, guys. Meta is starting to rip into the close. Let's look how semis are doing again. SPY getting sold into a little bit here. Still just back testing that ascending triangle. Getting a little bit heavier here into the end of the session, guys. A little bit heavier here. Nasty little decline there. On SPY 1 minute chart, already losing from 665.70-ish. It's a dollar point drop on the S&P. Your UVXY still falling, but SPY also falling simultaneously. Interesting. Pretty big drop coming into your S&P, guys. They could give it a little bit of a drop here. Still 30 minutes to sell this market. It's looking pretty heavy right now. SOXS are really coming in. IWM coming in. VIX is trying to bounce here. Just be careful if you're riding longs. Trying to make it a little flushy. Guys, markets just continuing to chop around in this vicinity, burning all that theta and premium. Not really much of a pump or dump into the end of the day. It still could happen, but looking like they might just pin us here into the end of the session. And quantum stocks still had a horrific week. Horrific week for quantum. Got anyone else nibble on some positions today? Anyone else buy anything, sell anything, add to anything? IWM seeing some softening in price. S&P still just chopping here. Your UVXY still getting slapped here, guys, into the end of the day. Nothing. VIX is still getting slapped. IWM still trying to press. Your IWM still negative on the session, but down 0.6. Big divergence between the Russell Qs. Bitcoin still down 1.5. Gold obviously taking a bit of a breather. Yields are up. VIX down double digits on the session. Alright guys, I'm gonna wrap up the stream here a little earlier. It's a Friday, 9 minutes left. Don't expect too much movement. Again, great week swing trading. Tough day trading session for myself personally, but nevertheless net positive in the accounts from a lot of swing trading profits pulled. We will see what happens next weekend. Thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully everyone has a restful weekend. Take it easy, Aves. Cheers, everyone. All right, peace out, everyone. Peace.